Okie dokie. Good evening again, everybody. If I can get you to start making your way to wherever you're occupying this evening. Yes, ma'am. Fair enough. I think so. Larry, can you guys see that TV okay? Okay, good. Okay, we got, okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my head gathered here. I got 1829. I will go ahead and call the regular council session to order for 9 October. Wow. For 9 December 2025, for those present, I apologize for going along in the workshop. For those watching, I apologize for getting a late start. Hope we didn't burn your popcorn. Just thought it was important that we try to get through those variances so we can get our residents out of here. So, call to orders completed. If I can get everybody to stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Stephen, I understand you're going to lead.
I'm going to say the prayer. Gracious God, we just thank you for the opportunity to serve this community. And God, we just pray that everybody could be heard and that you'd just be glorified in it all. God, help us have open minds and open hearts. It's in Jesus' name we pray.
Let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
The yeehaw.
Okie dokie. So two quick brief announcements before we get started. First, if you didn't join us in the workshop, either online or in person, you will notice that council is currently adorned with the new microphones that we have. Finally, I know our residents have been waiting for those. Those are in, so we're working through the issues. You may hear a little bit of feedback, and we're trying to get the positioning correct, so bear with us. If you can't hear, then just launch a flare or something. So thank you, Matt Schutze, for his hard work and diligence over the last 30 days getting this in place and making it happen.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Way to go, Matt.
And I completely forgot what the other thing was I was going to say, so I'm sure it'll come back to me.
Just making sure people can hear at home.
Yeah, that might have been it. So yeah, just yeah, pop a flare. It's not uncommon for me sometimes to get a text message from a random citizen that says, "We can't hear you." Thank you. No, I do appreciate that because sometimes I don't know that I can't be heard or folks can't be heard. So, okay. The other thing is, for those keeping score at home on your agendas, we're going to go slightly out of sequence on a few things like we did during the workshop, and that's because I know I have a lot of residents here that are anxious to get home. So we're going to bounce around just a little bit. Bear with me. I'll try to keep everybody on the same sheet of music as we move forward. So first thing we're going to open with is citizen comments on the agenda items. If I can find my sheet. This is an opportunity for members of the public to suggest additional topics for discussion or to address topics of interest with a presentation limited to 3 minutes, please. All speakers will conduct themselves in an orderly and lawful manner. All speakers will be recognized prior to speaking, will announce their name and address to be included in the minutes. State law prohibits the mayor and members of city council from commenting on any statements or engaging in dialogue without an appropriate agenda item being posted in accordance with the Texas open meeting laws. We have 3 folks signed up. Shannon, you get to kick us off.
Do I come up here?
Up to the podium, yeah.
Hi, I'm Shannon Brown. I live with my dad at 4 Cannon Circle. I recently moved back home to help him sell his home and navigate almost everything you guys have been talking about, which is great. I'm learning stuff. So long story short, I've tried to address some things on our easement concerning after the storm. I've got in touch with Encore twice. My dad's tried to over the last 2 years. And I've contacted AT&T, and I have been up to City Hall and rather cantankerous about it, so my apologies. But I just like needed addressed because there are some fencing issues on. I haven't contacted neighbors just because I'm like stretched thin everywhere, being a mom and putting my heart into this for my dad. So I just like, I don't know. That's kind of why I'm here. I'm glad I showed up early to learn some things for myself. And I just kind of want it looked at and addressed. And if I could get some guidance on the easement, and there's also like a septic in a lot that's over here. So that's why I'm here, and one of my mentors told me to just show up to the city council meeting. So here I am, and that's pretty much all I have.
Just clarify with me, what are you wanting us, what do you want addressed?
Well, so when I look at the only survey my dad has thus far, the fence line is it. And there was a tree knocked over, a Chinaberry tree knocked over onto some other trees and more power line issues. And I'm just trying to navigate it without vinegar and more sugar and guidance. They know me. He knows me. And, like, be community,
Brush removal or?
Yes, I've put in two maintenance requests. They actually handed me an application wanting to hire me, and I was like, no, I can't at this time. Because if I had it my way, I would just go get a 4x4 and that. I do ranch work, like not in a small little. So that's just kind of where I'm at. And Dad, he's frustrated because he just gets defeated, and he gets angry, and you walk
So you
out.
want to
and-
try to get your lot in order so you can put it up for sale?
Yes, it is for sale right now, and we've had people walk it, and they've said something about it, and we've been like, well, this is what we've done, and we have had no progression with it. So that's where I'm at, and I don't want anybody getting hurt, but I want the right things done, because I'm 100% positive the fence line is where the survey ends as the property. And I'm really glad I was here early, because now I know there are some lot issues and everything. So that, yay, benefits me. So,
Shannon, we've got your phone number. This is the best method to contact you?
yes, sir.
Okay, do you have an email address as well?
I
If you
do.
wanna okay, can you make sure that Dia up here, Dia, raise your hand, please? You're not Dia. Before you depart, make sure she has your email. The city manager and I were chatting, and
Is that something Mike could help with?
It will be. I just want to make sure we get the contact information, and we'll have staff follow up with you tomorrow.
I appreciate that so much. Okay.
Not saying that we know.
No. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got the process, but you know it now.
Big elephant, one bite at a time. Just, I want to be heard. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
just call me fat. It's a family joke. It's a family joke with the big elephant, just calling me fat, so levity. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Rhonda?
So what I wanted to do is just set up maybe an agenda item for the next time about the ordinances on chickens and the number of allowable chickens for each residence. I spoke to Mike this morning, and I thought he was gonna be here, and I didn't have enough time to prepare, so, and there are other neighbors around me that would like to speak on this subject matter as well, or be here for support or vote or whatever happens here.
Well, what's your issue?
I had 20 chickens, and I didn't realize that I wasn't allowed to have that many. And so I was issued a citation for the number of chickens that I had. And I have since knocked them down to 6, but I don't feel like that is nearly enough for the current state of what our economy is. And, you know, I mean, if I were to eat one of those chickens for food, then I've got 5 chickens, and then it takes 9 months to grow a chicken, and you know, then it also knocks down the number of eggs, and I like to share eggs with my neighbors. And you know, I don't, you know, especially now when it's winter time, I get one egg a day, and that's not even enough for my own breakfast. So I would like to discuss having a change of the ordinance of the number of chickens that we are allowed to have. And maybe a discuss at a later meeting when I can have more support here.
Okay, Rhonda, can you provide your full name and address for the record, please, ma'am?
It is Rhonda Holcomb, and it's 3 Triton Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am, not for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
But you already have talked to Mike about this.
Yes, I have.
Your turn.
Good evening. Thank you for the mics. Oh, you are our hero. You know that, right? Yeah, he's already got a big head. I just wanted to say what a fabulous night we had on Friday night. This is a wonderful tradition we've had in our city. Santa Duffield and I have done it personally for 27 years. We like to see the repeat people coming back and all the kiddos, but this is a real joint effort of our city. This was our administrative staff, this was our fire, it was our police, it was our maintenance building, it was our water people.
Right.
Everybody gets together. We had the ladies auxiliary, we had the cops programs, we had volunteers like Dorothy showing up, you know, and helping us with it. Jimbo, you drove the fire truck, didn't you? Making all that noise?
Well, funny you should mention that, and I am going to address this real quick. Out of all the vehicles in line, I did see a comment where apparently we were making too much noise. I drove the ladder truck and did not have my siren on. I apologize. It will be on next year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's just way too much fun. We have people coming out of their houses greeting us, and we need all the noise and all the fanfare that Santa can get. Anyway, I wanted to especially thank our police department, Thompson. He gets such big props. He rode on that hayride for 2 hours singing along with us. And then I had my elves from the water department, Landon and Cassidy, singing tunes for 2 hours. And we just had the best time. And a special thank you, and when you see him, you need to tell him this, is Judge Duffield. There is nobody like that Santa Claus. So, but thank you, city, for keeping up this tradition. We've done it for over 40 years, but especially the way that we're doing it now. So thank you to everybody that helped. And thank you, city, for allowing us to continue to do this.
Didn't go horse this year, though, did you?
What's that?
You didn't go horse this year, did you? Yeah, okay. Okay, all right, so here's where we get a little goofy. Bear with me on scheduling and the agenda. I promise we will get to everything. First up are the public hearings, council, residents. So as discussed previously, the first bullet 1, which is for 160 Lake Forest Drive, you can scratch that. That will not be conducted as discussed in the workshop. There is no requirement for a variance on that one, so just go ahead and remove that from the list.
Say why.
Yeah, so in reviewing the ordinances, our attorney went back and looked at it after council brought up the fact that there is no requirement for variance on the carport that we can find listed anywhere in the ordinances as it was submitted, so.
Originally, we thought the building setback was
Yeah.
not correct, but it was measured by our building official, and it's within compliance, so.
Yes,
a
everything.
variance is not needed.
Everything lines up, so there is no variance. I will go on the record again, our apologies. I know you've been at this for a while, and it has caused you some personal strife, so I apologize for that. Go forth and build to your heart is content. On the carport. So, So council, what I would like to do, public hearing, the second bullet number 2 deals with some budgeting issues. We are going to shift that further down to get to the variances and the presentations. I'm going to jump 2 presentations real quick. We have 2 this evening. So we will start with the library. Pam, are you out there? Yes, ma'am.
Pam Robinson, Mary Ruth Briggs Library Chairperson. Mary Ruth Briggs Library is located inside City Hall, for those of you that don't know where it is. And we are completely managed by volunteer staff. We are a city department. We have 6-member board and 28 volunteers. The board meets the second Wednesday of each month at 7 o'clock at the library. And you're welcome to join us at any time to hear what we do and how we do it. Volunteers meet on the third Wednesday of each month from 1 to 3 in the afternoon. And we spend our time cataloging books, covering books, rearranging books for more space, shelving books, everything that's needed to keep the library tidy and very nice for our people. You can join us then, anytime. The library is automated, and in order to check out books, you must have a library card, which you can get by either going online or on the scanner table in the library. There's a box with applications, and we issue that at 1 card per family. At one time, we used to give 5 or 6 cards out to a family, and it usually ends up that only one used it anyhow. So we do it that way. Currently, we have 393 families who have cards. We have 8,258 books in the library, and if you would like for us to get a book for you because there's an author you like or you need something else added to a series, let us know and we'll be happy to order that for you. And we have a new scanner in the library. Our other one had reached EOL, end of life, which I didn't know what that was. The new one has been installed and is very easy and fast. And if you have any questions, I think Jay may know how to do a few things on that. We have 4 take-a-book boxes in Morgan's Point, and you can take a book or leave a book after hours. That's what it's meant for, after hours when the library's not open or on weekends. They're located in front of City Hall, Ansay Park, Kleypas, or Great Southwest Park. Our 4-week summer reading program is the last 2 Saturdays in July and the first 2 in August. And we do this to help children develop a love of reading, a love of the library, and to keep their minds stimulated during the summer, because kids have a tendency to sleep late, stay up late, their minds are foggy, and we do it to help them. Our program this year was Amazing Science, and we had some amazing people. The first week was tornadoes and hurricanes and weather. And Conley Isom, who is a meteorologist, did that for us. He had those children asking questions about, what do I do during a tornado? What is the weather like? And they enjoyed that. Tri-City Gem did a program on rocks, minerals, and dinosaurs. And those kids knew their dinosaurs. They could name the kind of dinosaur that he would pick up and show. The third week, we had Bell County Gardeners, and they did a program on propagation, plant propagation. And that was quite interesting. They had a cutting, they had a pot, which they could decorate. They had all those ladies that were helping them tables set up outside. They really had a great program, and I hope some of those are still living. And the last week was on forensics. And I had a lot of people tell me, I'm really interested in that. I'm going to come. Well, as it happened, the person that was going to do this became ill. And I had the American Heritage Girls who were volunteering that day just as a volunteer, not for a program. And their leader spoke up and she said, we do this in our group. And they took over, they did a program, and we ended it with fingerprinting, and the kids loved it.
Oh, wow, yeah.
44 children signed up from 23 families, which included parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, grandparents. It was a large crowd, and it was well attended. 15 free backpacks were given out. We had superb volunteer readers each week who read interesting books and held everyone's attention. Some of those readers got down on the floor with the children or held them in their laps or talked in funny voices, and they were really good. I said, I think this year we had the best readers of all. The 7th annual library show was held November the 15th. Here at the event center. We had 56 plus art pieces, which included sculpture, photography, paintings, drawings, and pottery. 3 adult winners, 3 children winners, and they won cash prizes and ribbons. I think the ribbons were probably the best thing. They were more excited about wearing that ribbon that said either first, second, or third, even the adults. They were chosen by 2 local artists prior to the show. Thank you, Stephen. He was one of them. This is his 2nd year. And we had a best in show, which was chosen by paper ballots. We gave them out at the door. Please sign up for who you think is the best in show. Okay. Now to the new things we had this year. Jimbo Snyder and his Titanic Lego display was thoroughly talked about, and the kids and parents loved it. Lake Belton High School, Silver Strings performed for us, and they were just awesome. When they started playing, everybody turned and looked at them and went, oh my. We had a popcorn machine and punch. Also, we had new advertising this year. We had Art Show Artie and Card My Yard in front of City Hall. Now, I hope you saw them. That Art Show Artie was, I think most of you know Joe Stanfield, and he put it together. It's like a Frankenstein kind of, and it was the one that blew. Unfortunately, I think it went on all night when it wasn't supposed to. And we had a lot of comments on that and a lot of comments on the Card My Yard. We had free wine, free food. People like that free wine. I was asked by several attendees, do I have to pay anything for this? I could not get over how many people asked me that. And I said, no, this is all free to you, free to the artists. And they were shocked. They said, how do you have money to do this? This beautiful show is what one of them said. And I told him, I said, we have a small budget, which we manage, and we have volunteers. We could not do this without the volunteers. They came for 2 days to install everything in here. Thank you, Dorothy, for coming. You and Mark for coming. And thank you all, any of you that donated wine, food, whatever. It's hard work putting it together and cleaning it up, but it is so worth it. NPR Explorers at the Point is a part of the library and meets the last Thursday of the month from 10 a.m. to noon in the event center for programs and food.
Formerly, we were Elder Explorers at the point. We changed our name this year to be more inclusive and also changed the time so as not to be so early. 9 o'clock was a little early for some of our residents. We've had very interesting programs from many city departments. City Hall, fire, police, maintenance, and everybody that came here probably never would have had an opportunity to meet these people. And they asked questions, they thoroughly enjoyed it. We also had like Belton High School Choir. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Michael Wilson from KCEN Texas Today. He came on and he was a real hoot. And we had Meet the Council Candidates. And so we began the year, January 2026, with Lake Belton High School Choir. And they are always so, so good. Finally, Friends of the Mary Ruth Briggs Library. It's a separate organization, 501c3 nonprofit. And it was formed several years ago, but we didn't do much with it. And it was established with the purpose of establishing, maybe having a bigger library and enhancing and adding new programs. This would be done by fundraisers, and we held the first one on October 4th, Oktoberfest at Ansay. Our next one will be in May the 2nd, I think, for Cinco de Mayo. So please join us then, and this will also be at Ansay. We are looking to have, after the first of the year, a membership drive because we need to add to our funds and we need to gain some volunteers to help us. So that's what the library's been doing. When I looked at this, I thought, oh my
You guys
God,
are busy.
that's a lot of stuff.
It is.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got one more presentation from the folks down here at the condos. Chris? I know Victor's here. I had an email from Chris. That's not Chris, though, is it? Hi, Mike. Hi, Chris, Mike.
Got a note from Chris, though.
No. I was going to say, that's who I got my email from.
Okey-doke, so I'm Mike Woodard, I'm one of the council members at Cliff House. Everybody knows Vic. And Chris says that on behalf of the owners of the Cliff House condominium, we are honored to present this check as a donation to the Morgan's Point Resort Dive Team. We deeply value the volunteers in our community who dedicate their time and skills to making this a better, safer place to live. Over the past year, the dive team has responded to numerous search and recovery calls. While none of us wish for such situations to arise, we are profoundly grateful for the men who do volunteer and take care of this and the groups whose services strengthen our community. It is our hope that this donation not only supports their important work, but also inspires others to continue fostering a spirit of service and support for one another. Finally, we want to extend our appreciation to the members of the City Council for your own volunteer services and leadership. Your commitment is noticed and valued, and we thank you sincerely.
Good. Chief Hodge, you come up. We'd like to give y'all a donation check for $500 for the dive team.
Oh, wow.
Spend it well, spend it well.
Victor will spend it well. Thank you guys, we appreciate the condo support. Seven King, the dive team is a small funded but volunteer organization, and we couldn't do it without the support of the community and local business.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Okay, here's where we jump again. Council, draw your attention. We're going to skip over to bullet 9, resolutions. We're going to take care without any objection of the variance issues that we have on the agenda this evening and get our residents out of here. So with no objection, I would like to start with resolution 25042, which is just discuss and consider memorandum resolution to approve 16 Archer, man, I can't talk all of a sudden, septic system and issue a variance due to the lot size. Ken, do you want to come up, just in case there are any additional questions, council? If you have any questions, or I will entertain a motion to approve a variance for 16 Archer Drive, or I'm sorry, yeah, the septic at 16 Archer.
I really don't have anything to add other than if y'all have questions.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution on 16 Archer Drive, giving them a variation for the requirement of a half acre on a septic system, with the caveat that the council will change our ordinances to reflect that decision going forward to future situations like this, so that we do not have variations. Once the health department approves, then we're good to go.
Okay. Second from Sam, so that was Dorothy on the initial, Sam with the second. Council, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, resolution 25043, similar but different, the same but not. 95 Buena Vista septic system issue variance due to lot size not in compliance with the half acre ordinance again. So council, I'll accept a motion to approve that as well.
I will move to approve resolution to, 25043 to approve 95 Buena Vista septic system and issue variance due to the lot size.
Can I get a second, please? I heard Bruce out of this ear, left ear's deaf, so I'll go with Bruce on that one. So Roxanne with the initial, Bruce with the second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
So can I
Oh,
just?
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So we are not going to address combining lots at this time? Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous 5-0 on that one. Resolution 25044, discuss, consider a memorandum resolution to approve 3 West Aztec accessory building variance. Council, I will accept a motion to approve that variance as well.
I will move to accept resolution 25044 to approve 3 West Aztec accessory building variance.
And that's for
Second.
square footage.
That's a square footage of
That's-
1.6%.
Check.
I'll second.
A second.
Okay, you can second. Yeah.
Guys are making me scribble.
Sorry.
Steven? Oh, I didn't see the setbacks. Square footage. Well, I haven't seen what the setbacks are.
I'll still accept it.
Okay.
Okay, so
Do we
Dorothy,
know
you want
what
to
they
open for
are?
discussion?
How much over you are?
So the build line is 25 foot, I'm asking for 30 foot, so it is technically it's fine, but the question. Facing street.
Oh, then,
So you'll be inside, he'll be
It will
inside
be,
the building.
Extra of what you guys require, but.
yes, because it's inside the building. Okay, so you don't need a variance for, right, but inside the building area, build lines,
Setback lines, yes.
setback, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so just the variance on the square footage on the storage.
That's not how the resolution's written. We just say 3 West Aztec.
I mean, did you get a resolution?
They came out here.
Oh, did we get that tonight? Oh, okay, haven't looked at it yet. Well, I think we need to be specific on what we're giving a variance for, so that there's no doubt that it is for the square footage of the storage unit. So-
That was in the presentation. So.
But that's in the resolution you said too? I haven't seen it. I'm flipping.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'll give you a minute to take a peek at it.
I mean, I don't have to see it if Roxanne's happy with it. I just haven't seen it.
Well, I thought they were on the stack that we got.
Yeah, Dorothy, Dina, you can, don't drag your mic, that's what I was, I was getting ready to do that, drag my mic across the floor.
Okay, there's Archer, there's Buena Vista,
This is the only one I,
oh,
Aztec.
Aztec.
did you see it?
The request for a variance for the property located at 3 West Aztec to allow accessory building is approved by the city council.
I don't think it says anything about square footage. To allow accessory building approved.
Doesn't say anything about setbacks either.
Okay, but we don't have to give him a variance on setbacks because he's not violating any of them.
Okay, right.
So we do have to give him a variance of like 2%. I don't care how you word it, but we probably either need a variance of 2% of the square footage for the storage unit or 1,500, allowing 50.
Question then, aren't we just approving what P and Z has recommended,
Well,
which is already listed in there? And P and Z.
I think the resolution ought to be perfectly clear.
Okay,
Somebody ought to pull out this resolution and know what we are giving a variance for, in my opinion, without going through the whole packet.
And the attachment,
And the attachments, yeah.
supporting documentation.
So Roxanne, do you want to amend your motion to approve 044 with the addition of the square footage up to 1,500 square feet?
yes,
Okay.
just like you said.
Stephen, would you like to second that still?
I would still like to second that, Jimbo.
Okay, so just so everybody's clear, the motion on the table is for 25044, 3 West Aztec, with the addition to the motion, or with the addition to the resolution to include the square footage of the building, 1,500 square feet.
1.6% above.
Not to exceed 1,500.
Not to exceed 15.
Okay, so we'll not to exceed 1,500 square feet. I think that's pretty crystal clear. So, okay, all those in favor? I'm sorry, any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Your motion passes. Okay, last one, 25045, and I don't know where that went, but I do need that back. That's one I'm supposed to sign. Well, it's got to be changed, but that's okay. Last one, 25045, discuss, consider memorandum resolution to replat trailer use and the new build at 18 Mustang. Council, I'll entertain a motion to approve that.
What we're approving on this is a variance of, instead of 6 months for the trailer, we're approving 18 months. So we probably ought to say that in the resolution. With that said, I will make a motion to approve Resolution 25045 to include 18 months. How did you word it? Allowing the trailer on the property for construction use for 18 months. Is that good, Ken? Okay.
Okay, Dorothy has made the motion. Can I get a second? Any additional discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, unanimous, 5-0 on that one. Okay. I apologize for bouncing all over the place. I wanted to get those taken care of. And thank you for your hard work with P&Z as always.
Thank you so much.
Residents, congratulations on your variance approvals. And we will get those moving forward. Let me get reorganized here, find my top level sheet, which is right here. Okay, council, I'd like to go back to bullet number 5, the public hearings. And we will move into public hearing 25014. We're going to hold a public hearing for budget amendment recognizing revenue and expenditures for the FY25, carry forward revenue and expenditures in multiple operating funds from FY25. So I've got 1908. We will open a public hearing to discuss those. Mayor, if you would like to lead us off, and then we'll hear from our residents if anybody would like to speak on that.
Okay, the first amendment 021 We had initially received a grant and went through and we accepted the funds for a total of, accepted the revenue for $14,225. The grant is, with the expenditures that we actually made for the grant, we only spent $12,356.46. So that's what we received from the state. So I need to go back and decrease the amount because we didn't get that amount. We didn't spend the whole amount. Therefore, we didn't get reimbursed. So what you have as the attachments is the amount, the statement of grant award as backup for the $14,000, which was when the original amendment that we submitted, recognizing the revenue. And then the actual reimbursement that we received was the $12,325.
The way I understand this is that we thought we were gonna get a grant of $14,025. And we got the grant, but we just didn't get the full amount. So I consider this a budget variance, a difference between actual and budget. So I do not think this is a budget amendment. If we had to approve every budget variance on our operating statement, we would have 250,000 budget variances to approve as an amendment. So I would say we don't do anything on this, let it go. It's just a difference between budget and actual.
Okay, well.
It's good to be aware of it.
Well, I mean, again, when we brought it to council, when we received it, we did recognize and we did increase
The budget.
the budget revenue part and the expenses for that for the $14,025.
Right, that's what we thought we were gonna get. But we didn't. So that's just life, you know? I mean, that's difference between budget and actual. Literally, if we had to do that on every line item on our budget,
Well, keep in mind that grants are a little bit different when you deal with grant money, period. So there's nothing wrong with recognizing that less taken. I got pulled into an audit from the federal government because we ended up billing for something that, because it was a reimbursable grant, and there was a variance, and we got audited. So I would just say it's better just go ahead and
no,
get it
I
down.
understand. We didn't ask them to give us 14,000. We only asked them to give us 12.
What I'm saying, grants though are something that's going to get looked at anyway.
Right.
So it's always good to have it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's acceptable. Some cities do, some don't. There's nothing wrong with it.
I don't want to get into the habit of doing budget amendments for variances when it's just a difference between what we thought we were going to have and what we actually got in. So I'm not excited about, we're going to have to go back and look at the books for 24, 25 and probably come up with 25 more budget amendments.
It's recommended that you all do consider for passage.
Yeah, I just think it's overkill. We don't need it. It's $1,200, it's $1,600. Okay. And we would have to, are you gonna go back on the books and do one of these for every time we're over or under? Just for grants.
Yes, because this is why this is important. You know, it's real important to make sure
But
we're.
they
still
don't care
very-
about what we budgeted. We could budget $200,000 and still only get 12,000. And the fact is, the grant cares, we spent we spent 12,000 and we got 12,000. They don't care that we budgeted 200,000.
Let me give you a real world
Yeah.
experience here. We have grants that we received. I won't mention the grant, but we have a grant around less than 10,000. Let's say it's around 5 or less. We've historically taken that, and they have not recorded it. They just deposited it because it didn't meet that level of concern. And what they didn't realize, and it's not been completely addressed, is that condition of that grant was those funds will not be used but exclusively for what it was given.
Right.
And those unspent funds should have been carried year to year to year.
Yeah.
It wasn't. What happened
Right.
was it got swept into the fund balance.
And that's wrong.
It is wrong.
Correct.
And we'll have to go back and clean all that up. This is the kind of stuff that we need to get out of the habit, because what happened there was department heads were asking for access to those funds, and they were told, from my understanding, that that's gone. Those previous years were gone. We got to get out of that.
But that's actual. I'm talking budget. I mean, they're two different buckets.
They were
One
never-
is an estimate. If we actually got him $14,000, then we absolutely have to account for that $14,000. And if we don't spend it in this year, we have to carry it over to the next year. But this is a budget.
Suggesting that get out of what we've always done here in the past and get into pattern
what
and practice.
normal
to
businesses do,
start
yeah.
recognizing the revenues so we can get a better handle on what we've got. And if it's $1,500, $1,600, it's not going to be that big of a deal.
But we didn't get it. We only got 12. We recognized 12 and we spent 12. There's absolutely
ma'am,
no
we-
reason for a budget amendment.
We, in
So I
our
don't-
budget, we put the 1,400.
Right,
That's-
in the budget.
Right, correct. That's correct. And I guess the whole thing with this is, you know, even like with the FEMA funds, we're going through and we're double checking everything that's in the FEMA funds, finding out what's deposited, to try to give, I guess, the public a realistic amount of
Right.
what it
We
is
need
that
that.
we
Yeah.
have. And so
Yeah, we
going from
need that.
TIFMAS, and so.
Might need a budget amendment for that, for sure.
Yeah, yes, we are.
Yeah.
And even with TIFMA. So, this is what,
But that's $800,000.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's whatever you all decide. I mean, this is
It's
something that
recommended
would,
by
it's,
staff for approval,
Okay.
and it's your all's decision.
and if y'all don't want it, for this to come forward again, then that's great.
Well,
You know,
we're
it's
setting a
less work.
precedent. We're
It
setting
really
a
is less
precedent
work.
with this.
Staff will
Yeah,
bring
that's
it
what I
to
mean.
You all decide what you want to do, but
Okay.
staff will continue to bring the stuff that we feel is
Okay.
appropriate to bring.
Okay.
Okay, Mary, any additional discussion from council, and then before I will get to the public, I promise. Any additional discussion on 25021? Okay, Mary, do you want to cover 25022 before I open it up to the residents, please?
Sure. On 022, we had a vehicle and we did bring the revenue check from the TML check for the maintenance and the repair for the vehicles, for a police vehicle. So we are actually now getting it repaired this year, so we're bringing that expense over. And then we also had, and you have the backup of the purchase orders for the vehicle expense. And we also have, from the police department, it was the rifles and that he had a purchase order. It was on back order, it hasn't come in, so that's on its way. So from the previous year, it was budgeted, so it's a pending purchase order, it's due any day. We also have, the engineering, and the capital improvement for the drainage fund. Last year's budget was $100,000, and so for this year, we're just moving over the whole $100,000 for the engineering and the capital improvement from the drainage fund. And then for the marina, we did receive the TML funds, and so for the building and structure and the maintenance for the marina to do those repairs, out of that $118,000 that we received, total for the marina, $97,000 is gonna go to finish the repairs that we brought to you. And then we have the Fiona, the skid plate and the truck that's due. We've already received the truck and it's now getting the skid plate put in. So that was budgeted last year. And so this year, of course, we're gonna have to pay it, and you have the purchase orders also included in your backup for Fiona and the skid plate. Those were ordered in 24-25, and we need to pay them now in 25-26 for a total of $142,080.45. And so there you go. And where are these funds going to be coming from? They'll be coming from the fund balance. We did meet with the auditors and with Eddie Peacock, because there's different ways to record it. And the main thing is for the public to understand, you know, when they see this amount of money, they're like, well, where is this coming from? You know, these are funds and expenses that were in the budget last year that we're just moving over. And so we're increasing this year's expenditure budgeted amount to that $142,000 to, along with the mini pumper that we paid already for the $217,080.45.
Any public comments?
I was gonna let council, any questions for Mary, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Yeah, I would like to revise this, just so that it's perfectly clear that we are not going to spend, that says budget change, we are not gonna spend an additional $347,000 out of this year's budget, that we are going to continue to maintain a balanced budget. And so we need to add to each of these that the funding will come out of the fund balance. So for instance, the 7,900, that's gonna come out of 0200 4799. The drainage will come out of the drainage fund, 4799. So when you get down and you add those where it's coming from, that budget change will be zero. And then there is absolutely no question that this is not incremental expenses. These are all coming out of fund balance. And then we end up with the amended budget is just the same. It's $97,000. So I don't want there to be any misunderstanding that these are additional expenses.
You need you're asking for an additional column.
No, it's not a column.
It's a
It's
row.
basically, it's an additional account number that's a credit. So then the net effect on the budget for police will be zero. Because we're taking it out of the fund balance and we're putting it into this year. Same for drainage. We're taking it out of fund balance, so the effect on the current budget for drainage is zero. Because it's just financial transparency. It's also consistent with how we prepared the 24-25 budget when you did it with Carrie. And I think it just keeps it clean.
Let me, if you don't mind.
I know, okay.
Well, I have a right to speak.
Of
and that's
course
why
you
I'm gonna
do.
Okay. The thing of it is with this, two things. One is, those account line items are not, let's just take drainage for one. That, if we're gonna look at transparency, the only thing that's, the community has at its access is going to be last year's budget, which is posted. They'll look at it. The account number there for the revenue side of the house will not match your numbers. That's one. Two is.
Well, that's because it
let
was a
me-
transfer
let me-
last
let me-
year.
Let me speak,
It was a
please.
different transaction last year. Okay, it was a transfer.
Okay. The transfer that was made came from the general fund operating fund. It did not come from the fund balance.
Right.
Okay, so when you throw this out there, now it's going to create more confusion. The reality of it is that budget ordinance that you have before you tonight is done properly. It shows it is drawing from the 24 fund balance. You start getting into these accounts like this, like drainage fund, showing this is where that revenue is coming from. They look at the last year's budget, they will not match. So I think it's 77.
Well, there's no reason to look at last year's budget.
Well, they will.
Because this stands alone.
Okay.
This budget stands alone.
I beg to differ with you. For a council member to, for a citizen to look at what was there, because we're amending that budget from last year, bringing those dollars, those expenses.
You're not amending last year. All you're doing is amending this year.
You're moving the expenses.
But you don't have a resolution
Okay,
to do
the
that.
resolution
The
that's been-
resolution to do it would be to add that fund balance. And that tells me it's taking it from last year.
Mayor, City Council, let me finish, please. Mayor, City Council, the resolution you have before you is done correctly. Your choice is to, if you want to modify it, I don't recommend it. That's your choice. That's the only thing I can tell you. This is not the appropriate way to deal with it, but if you want to, it's your call.
Well, this
I
has
made
to
the-
stand alone.
Can I just add that on the third paragraph there, it does say that, that the funds are gonna be carried forward to the fiscal year 25-26 from the prior year fund balance.
Correct. And I want you to show it in the chart.
And Dorothy, that way you
I want
don't-
it to be consistent, the numbers to be consistent with the
But
language.
that right there says it in a nutshell, that's where it's coming from, but you're not getting the numbers that won't match the previous budget.
When we get our budget, we're gonna show, we had a balanced budget, now we have a deficit of $347,000. And that is not the intent, that's not my intent of what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to keep it budget neutral.
How about if I took out the 347 on the middle column as the total?
Do what now?
If I took
Well,
the
you
total-
wouldn't add up.
No,
Well, that's what
the budget amendment is correctly
Okay,
done.
I'm done.
So it's council decision. You
Right.
can do what Dorothy wants, or you can, what's recommended.
Well, it's not what Dorothy wants. It's full disclosure that there's zero impact to the budget this year. We're pulling it out of fund balance. It's consistent with the way we've budgeted, you and Carrie budgeted in '24 and '25, and we're presenting a balanced budget to our residents, a balanced budget amendment. So that's my rationale, and I'm not looking at last year because you're not giving me anything last year to look at.
Those
This is
expenses
just
are being moved forward.
standalone.
Those
I know
expenses are
that,
moving forward. Okay.
and that's why I'm trying to show it here. That's, okay.
I just want to stress that when we spoke to the auditor and they shared it, and the wording of the budget amendment was based with someone from.
Absolutely. The wording's perfect. The numbers don't match the wording. That's all. And the auditors don't have to approve our budget amendments.
Okay.
We do.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Council, any additional discussion? Okay, thank you, Mary. Residents, I will turn it over to you. Any comments from our residents for the public hearing?
I have a question, maybe Mary can answer me. I don't have that in front of me, so it's just what you were saying, 111,000, and then it was gonna be 97,000 was the actual. Is that for the marina only,
The 97,000 is only for the expense.
Okay.
The
Does that
marina.
have anything to do with the damage or insurance or anything? Is that part of that or no?
The funding,
And so my question, I guess, bottom line is, does that 100% take care of the damage at the marina?
for right now, for the days of.
I don't mean the quote, I mean the actual damage that was
All the
done to the.
damages.
Right.
What we received,
So that there's enough insurance to cover 100% of the damage from the storm, I guess is my
Yeah, let me
question.
go, I think I know what you're asking. The remaining work that needed to be done was $97,000 from the same company. I think it's Otis, if I'm not mistaken. And that's gonna take care of all those repairs. The only thing that's left is, I think it was the siding. Now, that's not a part of that.
The office.
Right, that's the
yeah.
office. So I don't think it's counting that, but it does, and really, it's, in essence, it's a fund balance, it's a networking capital. I don't-
Plus, it's 2 different years, I assume.
For 2
right?
different years,
Okay,
but
so-
what it is, it was drawn out, to do well, we paid for the stuff, and that's a reimbursement. So it goes back into that networking capital of that enterprise fund. It will, and it's healthy enough, I think, to do this with no problem. We're still wanting those audits. Part of that 97,000. It's all being drawn from the fund balance. So at the end of the fiscal year, when you do a fiscal year close, or whether you don't, in our case, either way, it's gonna fall right back to the fund balance anyway.
But there's no other funds designated to compensate if that's not 100% repaired from the actual damage. Is that what I'm understanding you? I know it's complicated, so.
It is a little bit only because of the insurance.
So we haven't gotten that piece yet
It's not-
from the insurance company. We got the 118, but that didn't cover the office. So we had to do a supplement on the office. That's been done. We're waiting to get the money. So when that money,
I don't believe the supplement, it hasn't been done.
oh, but you're gonna do a supplement. But we haven't received the money yet.
Okay.
Has Corps of Engineer approved that outside work yet, or is it still pending?
Okay, this might be a stupid question, but it just popped in my head, and so I'm gonna ask it regardless. So, because it's over $50,000, do we not have to have an RFP or an RFQ?
That's in here, I think.
No, it's,
Oh. Oh, that's right, we did.
Okay. But you're just saying it's a different contractor now that TML's bringing. Oh, okay.
We're not handling the money is what you're saying.
Well, and that's not something we can do internally with maintenance?
They've got a contract with them, kind of like Nationwide, State Farm, where
Okay,
they've already got
sure.
that planned out. So, it's kind of like the state with the TxDOT funds, you know, we're not touching it.
Oh, I know how it works. Yeah, they're spread thin, for sure.
And Mr. Mayor, the only other comment I have on the issue is, because there's damage to the siding and that, and it hasn't been addressed yet to be repaired or going to be repaired, is other damage is gonna occur because it's not protected,
has,
the
I
interior
think.
wall has.
Yeah.
And so you well know we may run into some more things, and that's why I don't wanna get into where we run out of money, insurance money, and all this work needs to be done.
The marina has enough money in its fund balance that we should be able to fund all the repairs
But the
from that
insurance
tornado.
should be covering.
It
like,
should.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's what insurance is
100%.
for.
Right.
Well, but the siding was damaged, and so
That's the
that's how water got penetrated. I mean, it can be arguable with, it's not you, Mary, it's
Stephen will
insurance.
argue it.
I will argue it with an insurance company.
Put Stephen on it.
No, we'll loop back around to that one during your
And
presentation.
Last thing is the patron shouldn't have to pay for fixing the marina,
That's what I'm saying too.
period.
Yeah.
Period.
So whoever
Insurance-
needs to contact the Corps, or whoever we need to get on that, and if I can help, please let me know, because I don't mind calling
But
somebody.
I had a citizen reach out to me today and said, hey, what's going on with the marina? And so I'm like, hey, well,
Thank you, Mayor.
well, it's not your fault. It's, there's a lot.
My understanding, one thing is we're waiting for the Corps to approve the material that is gonna be put on the outside of the office. Is that correct?
They did approve the $97,000 worth of work already, though, correct? Yep. So that's moving forward. Yeah. So you all have approved it, council's approved it, and then and he's gonna start, I think, next week, is what I'm thinking.
Okay, no, you're fine. Okay, any additional comments from our residents for the public hearing? Okay, I will take that as a no. We will close public hearing at 19:33 and move down to ordinance 25021, which is the first one. That made a lot of sense, didn't it? Yeah. 25021, council, after discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve ordinance 25021.
I'll make a motion that we approve, ordinance 25021, to, recognize the, well, I'll just say, I'll approve it as stated.
Okay, can I get a second? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
Okay, 4-1 with Dorothy, nay. Okay, thank you. Ordinance 25022, council, I'll accept a motion to approve 25022 as well. Okay, so,
Well, I'll make a motion.
okay, okay.
To approve ordinance 25.
Okay, Roxanne, motion to approve 25022. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Bruce with a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed?
Me.
Stephen, what, I didn't get you, which I heard, you're up, 4?
4.
Okay, so 4-1 with Dorothy and nay. Okay, thank you. Okay, get those out of the way. Okay, next up, consent agenda with the minutes. We've got minutes 25027, which are the minutes from the regular city council meeting dated November 12th, 2025. Council, I'll accept a motion to approve those minutes.
We got some revised minutes in the packet that Kelly just gave us.
Okay. Dorothy, do you want a minute to look over those?
I'm good. I just did.
And the changes are in red.
The
so
changes
it's
are in
easy
red.
to see quickly, so.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion that we accept, are both minutes in there? Were there 2 minutes? Let's see. Kaylin. Oh, yeah, I was wondering what that special session wording was in there, so you took it out. Okay, good. I'll make a motion on the consent agenda that we approve both sets of minutes as revised.
I will second that.
Okay, Dorothy with the primary, Roxanne with the second. Council, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0 for both of the minutes. Thank you. All right, moving on to resolutions. First up, 25037, discuss and consider memorandum resolution appointing members of the P and Z. Ken, I will call you back once again. I think this is probably for your last time. If you would just like to once again summarize for those that have not been with us all night long, briefly what 25037 is all about, please, sir.
All right, hang on, let me get my right pieces of paper out. Okay, this is where we discussed 3 applicants that we received to join the Planning and Zoning Committee. Of those 3 applicants, 2 had lived in Morgan's Point Resort for at least a year or more. We have 1 that also applied, but he's only been in Morgan's Point Resort for about a month. As I mentioned earlier, Dr. Palin said that's usually a good thing. Sometimes you get some fresh ideas. But right now, our recommendation is to approve Andrew Roberts and Maria Martinez and keep Christopher Walker as an alternative selection if membership falls below 7 members.
Okay, thank you, sir. Council, Resolution 25037 states exactly that, so I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 25037. Name of the motion, can I get a second, please? Any additional discussion?
I have just
Go ahead.
a brief question, because I also see that we were going to approve the extension of Les Minor, Lou Guillard, and Ken Hobbs.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up, but I didn't know.
So I was
Where to
wondering,
do it.
can we combine that with this resolution?
Do we have 2 resolutions? in
We do
here?
not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we have another resolution for
Right.
that.
Fine.
Well, I'm just asking if I can. I will amend it if I can legally, because it's all dealing with the P and Z
Membership.
staff,
Yep.
or.
Right.
So appoint 2 members and extend the term.
Yes, and,
Okay.
okay, I will say that. I approved to appoint the 2 members to planning and zoning and the 1 alternative member to planning and zoning, as well as approving the extension of Leslie Minor, Lou Giard, and Ken Hobbs.
And then if we could put there, to 9/30/27 for the
Correct.
last 3.
9/30/27.
27.
Well, that's
That's the motion.
Roxanne's motion, so as long as
Okay, It's
I'll,
my motion, so
yeah.
if I will you second it? Okay, so
Okay.
then it's
Okay.
seconded, and then,
Okay, any additional discussion? Bruce, did you have something? Okay. All those in favor of 25037 with the amendments or adjustments?
All in favor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, all those in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Did you get all those adjustments? If not, we'll go back and we'll make sure that gets cleaned up, Roxanne.
Thanks, Ken.
We want to keep those guys on.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, 25041, look at us blazing right along. Is a memorandum resolution authorized city manager in a contract for the purchase of the Public Safety Center generator.
Got Matt here to talk about it. It's gonna be in his shop.
All right. So council, before you tonight is a memorandum resolution for a public safety generator. We have a quote attached, a buy board quote attached from Holtcat. And it comes out to $95,730. Yeah, $95,730. We have previously, in this year's budget, budgeted $90,000 for that purchase, which leaves a remainder of $5,730 to take care of. We are proposing to take that out of the general fund under the city manager's contingency. Any questions? No, because they're on a buy board, we don't have to do an RFP. It's a buy board, so it's a state contracted bid.
They've already met the requirements for bidding.
that's the nice thing. I learned about that at TML, but just FYI, with Buy Board, they have pre-approved all these different companies that we can use, and we don't have.
And the second prong to that is it's still under $100,000.
Good, very good. As a follow-up.
But as a follow-up, our procurement
Right.
policy does state, yes.
Council has a procurement policy you all adopted that's 50,000 threshold. It's a discussion later on, but you can leave it there. You can make it more restrictive, just can't make it more lax than what the state law allows, so.
So we
that
could
right now is
leave
still
it
there.
at 50,
That's what's.
because the state law is 100 for like Dallas and Austin and Houston
For
too.
anybody.
Yeah,
But
for
I would-
everybody.
yeah.
So we could keep it less,
Yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am.
but we can't go more.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so because it's 50, we would have to do that.
Yeah.
But because they're buy board, it excludes that. you know,
Got it.
so.
And any expenditures right now over 50,000 would come to council anyway, which I'd recommend you keep. It's
Yeah,
your
me
all's
too.
choice.
Yeah.
Can I ask, did you have an electrical engineer who figured out the size of the generator?
So, yeah, so we had, through a long and rigorous process, we have had, with our current generator that is no longer operable, through its repair process, it was recommended that we increase that from what we have now.
What was the old one?
Ooh, good question. I don't know what the old one was.
Not important.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'd be lying if I gave you a number. I don't, because it's gone out of my head now because it's been inoperable for so long. But yes, and then we had around about the same time that the utilities department was getting their generator up and running, or being quoted for theirs as well. They came and re-looked at ours as well, just to make sure we didn't need an increase in size, so.
I'm sure this generator size for your service there. My question is what percentage do you have over your requirement for future use? You're gonna build a bigger building, you're gonna tie on to this same generator, cause this generator should last 20, 30 plus years.
Yeah, so it's got a 10-year warranty at least. But as far as a percentage over, I don't know that. I wasn't available on the date that the technicians came out and evaluated both buildings. And the person who headed up that is no longer with the employed with the city.
Get something in writing from them then?
I do not know that. I haven't seen anything in
Probably
writing
ought
from
to
them.
get some assurance.
I wanna see, cause when you size a generator, I mean, you always wanna have 20% or more.
I do know, like, again, I said, I know it's more than what we have. I don't know by much, but I do know, I guess, again, I can't answer your number, but I do know that it is a sizable difference from what we had originally. Because it was the smallest that they offer, even in Holtcat, it was the smallest they offered, which was still a lot larger than what ours was.
Bruce, that's a good question.
I agree.
But we don't have plans for a new safety building yet, so it's hard to know.
In our planning meeting that we had, we went through a 5-year plan, and one of the things was we really need to look at upgrading the public safety center. And so it's a possibility, we don't have plans currently, but it is something we talked about and we may have to do. It does have, it's a little much of a deficit in how it.
May I add something? If a public safety, as I understood it, gets built, a public safety facility or any facility where public safety is housed, the current facility, though, that generator will stay with current facility because most likely, if that happened, I know BJ's been looking at that, if it's ever vacated as a future public works facility. So that's ultimately, that's council's decision, but that generator won't be following around. They'll have its own backup generator on the new
Okay,
public
so
safety
the
center.
corollary is this generator isn't gonna have to handle a new building.
But it'd be nice to know what the capacity is.
Yeah, you could size it to handle another building. That's my point.
Yeah, you could.
Because
yes.
when you buy these things up front, I mean, adding more KWs to it,
It's not that more
it's not that much more
significant.
money.
Right.
So
And on a new building, what happened for the one that, for example, I was involved in, we had big generator, it's huge, but it only did every third plug. It only did so many things in the whole building, even then.
Not all the circuits.
I can tell you this, utilities, 30 kW. Yeah, utilities are 30 kW, this is twice the size of theirs. To run off of their stuff. I mean, really, we don't have much of high capacity anything really in the building. There's nothing really high capacity that we're operating in. The really biggest thing for our generators, or for the generator that we looked at, was the garage door openers, or for the bay doors. Making sure that it had the capacity to operate those, which naturally it does. But then also, if we didn't have a generator, having a battery backup for those.
I think we all want you to have what you need.
Right.
Like, and maybe a little
Plus
extra.
some. Plus
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been down this road for, or at least with the
Twice.
same company, the same people since 2022. Let's just say 2022. They've been helping us try and get ours back up and running, and they did for a short period of time, and did the best they could, even though it wasn't their equipment. And then now they've been helping us through this process.
It might be beneficial to also know that this is also an EOC issue, Emergency Operations Center, that was woefully inadequate over the past years. This is really going to be a force multiplier to be able to run that 24/7, however long it takes. Is it, it's diesel, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I think that's a
With
huge step in the right direction for EOC.
500-gallon tank, I believe.
Yeah, and to size a generator for a much larger building later is probably not cost effective to do that now anyway.
Well, if we vacate the building in a plan that city council approves to build a new structure, because again, that's probably most likely the best idea for us, right? if public safety vacates that building, it will be more than what maintenance or utilities or anybody else that enters that building would need, because they're not gonna be operating the same form or fashion, so to say.
Does the old generator have any scrap value to it?
Zero. I mean, well, I mean, you could, I guess you could scrap it for metal, maybe. But the engine itself is just solidified.
Wasn't it set for residential anyway? It wasn't really a commercial?
No, well, it's a brand, I'm not gonna mention brands, but it is a brand that, yeah. I didn't say that. It's a brand that is great for home installations, is what we were told. Very great for home or residential installations, but not great in a commercial setting.
No, and that's my whole point, for making sure we size it high enough
Yeah.
for future use.
And it wasn't just the size of that, it was just the way that, proprietary transfer station, proprietary everything. So you couldn't switch out one for anything else. So that's kind of
And
where
if
we're
we
at.
had an emergency situation, I know that it's a tin can right now, but would it be used possibly for evacuation of some of our residents to get shelter? And would that require higher generator capacity?
No, so our shelter, again, we're not operating at a higher capacity. Again, the only things that we're gonna be running, in an emergency situation, of course, lights,
Yeah,
all
but
of
I'm
our
thinking
lighting.
if people are gonna come in there, let's say we have 200 or 300 people that need shelter and need to go there in an emergency
I don't know if we can
situation.
fit 200 or 300 people in there,
Oh,
but we'll
if the
we'll
trucks
go with
are
that
out-
number.
If the trucks are out and
We'll go with
set up
we'll go with the
pods
number.
and, I mean, we'll make something happen.
Bunk
But-
beds and everything, we'll go with it. But yes, if that's the case, the only thing that heats that area is an electric propane, and all it is just an electric igniter. The propane feeds the heater. So
could
and
be
we
during the
doubled our
summer.
capacity. We doubled our capacity of our propane when this generator died. We moved the propane from it, because it was a propane fed generator, over to the other side. So we doubled our capacity of our propane.
Okay.
So we were already paying for the propane tank anyway, so.
So what was the runtime on that full fuel tank? Should get some specs somewhere. The only reason I'm asking, because what's your refueling plan?
So,
Like 3 days, 5 days?
what was y'all's, was it, yeah, I was gonna say, I think ours was 2 to 3 days, on it. And, I'm trying to get you the fuel tank size on it again, but it's kinda,
I
stuck
thought you
in here
said
somewhere.
500 gallons a minute ago.
I think I did, yeah, I'm just making sure,
Oh.
double checking that one, that when you gotta go through item by item, it's a little, fuel tank.
While he's doing that, is there any difference in the packet of the specifications than what we got on Thursday? There's new Holt information. Is it new?
Oh, well, expiration date.
Okay,
Expiration date.
okay.
And the quote was, I don't know, it was getting dated, but that's the only thing that's changed on it from what I was told.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay, I just didn't know.
And I had it here, without having to go through line by line and find it, because they put it in all kinds of with the commas and things, and so
I think
now
I
I've gotta
heard
find it
500
again.
gallons as well.
No, that's fine. I
first
mean,
present.
if it's 500 gallons, it's probably not gonna consume that much an hour.
Yeah, now I can't find it right off the top of my head, standing in front of you, when I'm under pressure.
Well, is that a separate purchase than the generator?
No, it's on there, it's just
Oh,
the way they
okay.
listed it out, it's hard to find on the
Oh,
fly
okay.
again.
So the tank is a part of
yes,
this cost?
yes.
Okay.
And of course, it includes one full tank of fuel as well, when it's installed.
Hey, we'll take it, you free.
Yeah, no, I can't find it.
Now, I'm assuming that this price includes the ATA, the automatic
Yes,
transfer?
automatic transfer station, yes, sir. And previously they were, we were down to a manual transfer station when we did have ours, up and running, so it will be back to automatic.
So Matt, this says integral tank base, 24-hour, 123 gallon.
Yes, that's the base type. The actual fuel tank itself is not base.
Are you upsized?
I'm looking
Yes.
at this 40 kW diesel generator, typically uses around 1.6 gallons per hour at quarter load, 2.3 at half load,
5
3.2,
gallons max at full capacity.
3.2 is max.
5 times 48 hours, is like, whatever that is. Yeah,
200 something.
yeah. So, it's gotta be more than 123. Well, I wonder if we just have a couple questions and maybe you can send us a memo? Send us a note? I mean, can we
Follow up.
approve this with just some
Follow up with what the.
follow up,
If
with
we were
an
just,
email or something?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, is that acceptable?
Sorry, what was your question?
We need to go ahead and approve this, but we have some questions, so, you can just follow up on those questions in an email subsequent to this meeting?
Yeah.
Do you have the questions? You know what questions they're asking now?
Ask Bruce.
I mean, the only reason I bring it up, because in your emergency operating plan or however you have for this, in case of an event, that we have a designated wet hose that's gonna be fueling this thing when we need it, because the generator without fuel is worthless. So that's really my only reason for asking. So if you got 123 gallons, it's gonna burn 2.5 gallons per hour. I mean, you can do the math and figure out how many days, Usually our events don't last that long.
Right.
But we did have one that was like almost a week.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we've had outages. The event's quick, but the outage is longer. Right. Yeah, yeah.
But we had power then. Y'all did.
Yeah, that's true, that's true, that's true.
But yes, as far as like that, I think, like I said, our longest without power has been, was it, Jimbo, 3 days the last time? I mean, my house after the tornado was 5 days, 4 or 5.
Oh, yeah, it was a week. Yeah.
But as far as our building itself, because it's a public safety center, it's usually the first, and of course it's right on the edge of the city, so it's usually the first to get restored. And then we have a bunch of Encore people, contacts that we, back channel.
I just have
get us
another
up and running.
question. Back in '23, we had 2 grants that we were pursuing. We had one FEMA grant for $500,000 for 2 generators. And we also had a public safety emergency generator. It was only 56, it was a 25% match. But did you try to get a grant on any of this, or can we resurrect those grants and see the status of those grants?
So I can't speak to previous employees that can't be here, but as far as to my knowledge, no grants were ever pursued, signed upon, applied for, or anything as related to the public safety generator.
The 500,000, I could be wrong, I wasn't here, but I think that, you're talking about the water
Yes.
towers?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's see.
I know that the grant was applied for from what I was told, but there's been, allegedly, from what I understand, is that the purchase was made and it was not a reimbursable grant. Maybe
wanted
it
at
was,
least
but
3
either way,
days,
we
but-
got it before.
Correct.
And it made
We
us
violated that,
ineligible. Made
we
it
violated the terms of the grant.
And that
But
was for the water tower.
that was
one
for
of
the
tests
water
was
tower.
Or the
But
ground storage.
Ryan, but we never applied
Oh.
for that because we spent the funds before we got the
Oh.
award letter, which was shame on us.
Yeah.
But Ryan was thinking back in '23 that we could, and since it's FEMA, that we could go to FEMA and say, well, we went ahead and did that because we hadn't heard from you. We were like number 8 step of 12 steps, and we were stuck there for like a year, and we couldn't get them moving. But he was thinking, well, if we could just go back to them and talk to them and say, hey, look, we were stuck, so we had to move on with those, but we have a need for another one that's 100,000, and we applied for it. We also applied for that one, and, we don't know the status. But anyway.
But you know what timelines associated with that, and when they close it, they actually have hard closes for certain funding opportunities?
This says awaiting award letter. my understanding, it was kind of a done deal. I think Dalton thought it was a done deal, which is why he spent the money on the generators.
We can check and
But
find
we
out.
never got an award letter. Okay. Anyway, if there's money out there,
I do know that, there was thing, about FEMA, and doing that, and there were some kind of contingencies that wouldn't allow us to use it for, I don't remember that. I do know there was some kind of asterisk or caveat to that. But again, we've been trying, this isn't gonna help, but we've been several years without the generator, which is why we're here now. It's been approached previously by, or I have approached previous city administration, not you guys, previous city administration, about it and the purpose for it, and it never made it to this room. And so we're here now because it's dire. I mean,
oh, I
again,
understand we have a need.
yeah.
I'm just asking if there's a funding mechanism for the need, and
But
it
the
might be
problem
bad
is
timing.
Yeah,
It
and
might
the
be
problem
bad
is we
timing.
can't spend the money before we end up in the same situation,
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's worth pursuing on
For the
purchases.
future.
We'll ask,
Yeah, in
we'll
the
ask them.
future, yeah,
I don't have
yeah.
the answer, but we'll ask.
Yeah, how-
She talks to FEMA on a regular basis, so we'll find out if there's anything. Usually there's some type of awards, it will be shown, and it's not. I do know that some FEMA money came in. It wasn't us. We thought we might have been included, and I was talking to someone who said that we're not sure. We think you might have gotten it, talking about the 500,000. They can come back and say, no, it wasn't you all, so. But we'll check with them on that one. But Matt, you have clear direction what you're asking for. They're wanting to know I guess, capacity, runtime on that capacity. Is there any other questions that he needs to answer?
Dedicated hose?
Do you know if this unit's in stock or it's gonna have to be ordered or?
No, based on what, I know is it has to be ordered, and then, because we are in the holiday season, they have caveats in this bid that say, the factory shuts down, in December and January for a week, I believe. It's somewhere in this quote, for the holidays or whatnot, so they do shut down for about a week, in the December timeframe, and then, again, in January, they shut down for a week, but,
And don't they build it, or they don't do it ahead of time? So I think it's gonna be a build. Now, maybe they've already got some that's there, sitting there. But I think the last one was a build, after we ordered ours.
Is that like 6 months, 3 months,
For special build?
8 months?
yeah, so here it is, the
Could
note,
apply for a grant real quick.
Lead time's 8
You're
months?
probably right.
the note from the,
No, we can probably go ahead and order it. We
the
just can't
note from
purchase it.
Caterpillar says that the factory has a mandatory shutdown for 2 weeks in December/January and 1 week in July. And those shutdowns will, of course, extend lead time, so we're already at a
Yeah, that's
extended lead time because we're in the January.
No, this is for
December.
public safety. We will need another generator for City Hall. The one that's there, I think it's an Army surplus or something that's like 40, 50 years old. I mean, it's never ran since I've been there here, and they said that they don't think it does run. It's certainly something that we need to do, so there's an opportunity for it as well. We can find it.
One other question. Does this thing do self-testing, or do you have to test it periodically?
So it's self-testing, it's smart diagnostic, so it can be remotely diagnosed, through app, and things like that. And again, 10-year warranty, if I'm not mistaken, on that. And Cat's been good to us, and their service is phenomenal. Like I said, even with not their products, which is what we've been dealing with them.
I just want to be clear about the capacity. The 123 gallons is not adequate, not nearly. At 5 gallons an hour, you'd get what? A little more than 24 hours. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, right. Well, you're
totally
gonna
not
check on
accurate.
that
Yes,
and
yeah.
let us know.
But
Could we not put a diesel tank?
So this is inside our generator, currently is inside the water area, into that water area. And so, when we looked at it again, we actually went and measured out the concrete, because that was part of it. If our concrete pad had to be extended or thickened, that was not part of this as well. So we had to go out and measure and make sure that our pad was big enough and everything like that. But the tank is integral. So I don't know about generators. I don't know. So maybe you could. Feel it, right. And so usually, so for the Eclipse, for example, plans for the Eclipse where, Morgan's Point Resort was going to have, we were going to be a sponsored fuel station for the county. That was kind of what our, as part of our emergency operations planning with the county, was they were going to bring in what they call star requests from the state for, resources. Part of that was fuel tanks because the idea was everybody's gonna be getting gas, fuel's gonna be short, you know, whole major catastrophe, right? And so part of that with the discussions with the county is we're pretty centrally located for Temple, Belton, and the rural areas of the county that we're gonna house those temporary fuel tanks at our location. So we're in pretty good with the emergency management side of things of making sure that when the events are coming, we're gonna get resources to be part of that planning to stage those resources here. Not just for us, but again, part for the county. So we're in pretty good with the emergency management players as far as the county goes. So usually things like that, we will have tanks like that.
Absolute catastrophic events.
Yeah.
God forbid something like that.
Yeah, we should be prepared on our own.
Right.
I wouldn't think that anything short of a week would be an adequate supply.
You said you don't know anything about generators. Can we get somebody, maybe our engineering firm, to take a look? This is public safety. I mean, this is like super important to us. It's one of our 4 pillars of our priorities. Well, okay, but somebody, give us the layman's specs on what's going on with this generator.
I got 3 questions. One is runtime with full tank, the tank size, total, and the specs. And we'll get that to you all.
Well, and if they're custom built, which most of them are, you could spec a different size fuel tank. You could have a 500-gallon tank.
I heard the same thing before.
I mean-
I think he said 500 gallons to start with.
Yeah, but it says 123.
He said 500. Do you know where you found that, or was I?
That was me. That was where I was looking, but it's a 123-gallon base configuration.
Matt, is that an integral fuel tank, do you know?
Yes, that's yeah.
So that's the problem. You probably can't get a 500-gallon or some such integral tank. You have to buy an extra tank.
I mean, they make stack on. The reason I say that, where I used to work, we had a generator there that had a 2,500-gallon fuel tank under it. Yeah, but it's 4 times as big as this one. But, so we special ordered it like that. So it's
We should plan for at least a week.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is you're probably talking about a skid tank. And you can get those, you can purchase them, just have a little pump there and you just pump into your generator as you go. The only problem with that is, say you get a 2,000-gallon tank, you've got to rotate that fuel every once in a while.
Yeah, it goes bad.
Because it gets stagnant. Right, yeah.
Yours is a diesel also? Biggest problem with diesel fuel is bacterial growth and water. Not so much fuel stabilization. And Bruce is right. You can't count on diesel fuel that's old.
All you gotta do is keep it moving every once in a
Yeah.
while.
You gotta keep the balance.
Yeah, and that's why they do the self-testing, and it's usually done weekly. Yeah.
Yeah, they run weekly typically.
Sounds like we need some more information to make sure that this is, we want it, but we just want to make sure it's of capacity
We'll
and
slow it.
duration.
Oh, for sure.
We'll slow after tonight, we'll slow it a little down till you get that information out to you. If there's any concerns we need to bring back, we can. But we won't, when's the quote just came out for today, correct, Matt? Or updated quote?
The quote, no, the updated quote did not come out today. The updated quote came out, so it expires, the Christmas Eve.
Okay, so we'll get these answers to them quickly, like this week. And then if there's if that answers your question,
we're on
we're all good, fine. If not, let the mayor know and we'll try to
Yeah, because we're on the third price increase since we've set this out. I mean, we went from 75,000 to 95,000.
Gotta
Yeah.
move, you know, you get the order in.
Like to go ahead if
But
we
we want to
can.
order the right thing.
We do, but I would like to maybe go forward and approve this tonight with those answers to our questions, because I'm thinking if this is Holt Caterpillar, those guys know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think we probably are pretty safe, especially when we started talking about it's not big enough. Well, but if we get too much diesel around, it's gonna go old and get water in it. So maybe these guys have found the balance that's gonna work. And so I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 25041 to authorize the city manager to enter into contract for the purchase of a Caterpillar 60 kilowatt diesel generator for the Public Safety Center. And then I guess we need a second before I can say
Well,
more.
I would like to add to that he will ascertain the kind of fuel storage that will provide how many days? 7 days? 5 days? Certainly not 24 hours.
I would say a minimum of 3 days.
Yeah.
I know you got a motion, but so I'll just say this. EOC as a whole, they've already been talking offline. We're getting that geared up because that's something that's woefully not adequate. So we're working on that, and that's one of those things that we'll also consider. But there are certain conditions that even in other cities I've seen where they have to be inspected on a regular basis. It's not something you do yourself. At least we didn't. I'm assuming we didn't. Where I came from. But I do think fuel capacity, being able to run that for however long we need to do it. I just don't have the answers now. But I do know EOC is talking. We've already had our meetings and trying to get things set up. A lot more to it than just a generator, but that's.
Well, do you need a motion tonight or not?
We need for this purchase to get, what we'll do, this is what I'd like to do. Since the motion's been made, if we can get this thing seconded and approved, we will get Matt to provide us with a memorandum answering the runtime with full capacity, the tank size total, not just the baseline, the specs on it, and was that anything else that you wanted on that? Okay.
No, I mean, I'm assuming that this thing is gonna be put on like a quarterly maintenance program.
Yes, that was the plan, was to add it to Stephen's shop and have them do the entire cities at the same time. Come out, service them, take a look at them. And it was quarterly, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what y'all got set up.
And we'll get that out to you.
Which is why we
this
kind of
week,
wanted
so
to
you'll
go with the
probably have
same
it in the next
company.
24, 48 hours, so you'll see that. And if it looks like there's concerns, then we'll slow our roll. But time is of essence, because this is, I guess you said the third one, it's already went up $28-some thousand.
Yeah,
But
we
yeah,
started
we'll
at
send it out to you
75.
this week, and you'll decide whether that's something that, let the mayor know, and we'll take it from there.
Roxanne's motion?
My
adequate?
motion's still on the
Yes,
table.
got
It
a
needs a
Roxanne,
second.
Roxanne with a motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
Any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Matt. Okay, resolution 25046 is brought before you from the library board folk. Essentially what that is we have a Misty Ballard submitted a letter of resignation from position library board member. So they are asking council to accept that resignation and declare a vacancy so they can fill that. So council, I will accept a motion on 25046.
So move.
Can I get a second? Sam with the initial, can I get a second? Any discussion?
I just want to make sure it's noted that the council thanks
Right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We appreciate our
And
volunteers.
she's still going to be involved in the summer reading program, which is like a passion of hers, and she will volunteer on volunteer day, and she's not going away, she just can't do the board. And then they do want to nominate Kim Helka to be a vice chair, and I think in the future that, Kelly, we can do those sequentially at one meeting. We can go ahead and approve the vacancy, and then subsequent to that, we can approve the vice chair. But Pam said she'll bring it back to the January meeting. So it's not
It's
in
not,
here
that's
tonight.
correct,
But in the
yeah.
future, we can do things like that sequentially at one meeting. We have to do that during the budget process, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say, Rob's choice how you do it, but a lot of agencies will do it, other cities will do, showing it and open the vacancy for other citizens to apply, because they may wanna do it. But in some places like P and Z and things like that, you may want alternates such as that, but, normally the vacancy's declared, there's a window for people to apply, so there's no, and then after that, that's brought back and council makes a decision. I mean, that's up to you
Yeah, it's
all.
up to Pam. I think they've already made up their mind, and so I think council can support what she is recommending. So, okay, but she'll bring it back in January.
So this resolution is on the table.
Yes, 25-046, any additional discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? 5-0 on that one. Yes, sir.
Do you all want do you want to advertise for applicants or not? Because there's now vacancies occurred, so do you want to?
I don't think traditionally we do for the library board, because they can take a lot of people there.
Okay.
So
Yeah, and we let the boards typically, just like P and Z, we let them select their own members. If they choose to go out and put it on the website, I know EDC has done that, and I think P and Z has done it in the past. But it's the committee's choice.
Want them to deal with it?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I think so.
they present it to us.
Yeah.
Okay.
That way they get somebody that they can work with. These are all volunteers. I mean, they gotta all get along and, go along, get along, so to speak.
Okay, resolution 25-047, discuss and consider memorandum resolution to approve changes to authorize representatives on behalf of the city for Horizon Bank. Dennis, do you want to briefly cover this one for council? Oh, Mary, somebody? Bueller?
Okay. Good evening, everybody, members of the public. I'm so sorry it's been a long week. Yes, the resolution before you, we've had some staff changes. And so in order to ensure that we have the two people signing checks and things like that, we want to make sure that we add Miss Kelly and our new Miss Shadea Valentine Dia, also known as Dia, and Amanda to also sign. So that should be plenty of people to make sure that there's two people to sign the checks at all times, in case there's an emergency.
I have a question. Do we require one or two signatures?
Two signatures.
For any amount of money?
For any amount of money on a check.
Okay, so whether we don't have a threshold. And then what about adding Jimbo, our mayor?
I don't recommend.
Oh, I'm just here.
Financial documents.
Investment, he won't be able, well,
No,
you all,
you've already said no to that.
well, no, I'm just saying.
I feel like we did have this conversation, like,
But it was, I think. Committee couldn't make.
Thought we talked about this. with
this
the
exact,
checks.
the
Yeah.
signature too, I'm
We
pretty
have in the
sure.
past, yeah.
It was before, I believe we had Mr. Green, the mayor, I think.
We
used
had
to
Green
sign.
on there, and then we were on there too.
Yeah, but we got
Right,
ourselves
off, correct.
And the reason,
for us to be on it.
And there's
the
no,
reason is that, well, in his case, he wears two hats, kind of different places, and we're gonna, so, but the long story short is, you're right, it's not a good idea. You're at the governing body level, and it shouldn't be someone, involved in, that when you do volunteer, you're part of operations and this nature. Plus, every time someone signs a check, you're certifying that is, in fact,
You're legally responsible for that.
So,
Yeah. You don't want that, do you, Jimbo?
I serve as the will of council. If you want me to sign, I'll sign. If you choose not to, then I am.
Have a direct link to the city manager.
I would recommend it, yeah.
So, that resolution?
I make a motion to approve resolution 25-047.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
I heard Bruce first. I'll take Bruce on that one. All those in, any additional discussion All those in favor? Any opposed? 5-0 on that one. Thank you, Mary. All right, last up for this section, Resolution 25048. Council, this is to consider memorandum resolution to adopt the investment policy that was, we covered that in the workshop.
Remember the motion, I need to change that
From the
10
change,
hours, 10
yeah,
hours on the renewal training, 10 hours, from 10 hours down to 8. That was a typo on my part.
yeah, that was, so that was the only highlighted recommended change to a motion that was presented. So what I'll do is I will accept a motion to approve 25048 with the change of hours as indicated by the city manager.
Well, is 8 hours and not 10.
Yes, yes.
Wanted to clarify. Move to accept resolution 25048 to adopt the investment policy in accordance with Texas Government Code, chapters 2250.
With the recommended change.
With the recommended change, full-time, a requirement of 8 hours,
Yes.
not 10,
Yes. Okay, can I get a second?
for the training. Yeah.
Bruce? Okay, Bruce with a second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dorothy? Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, if somebody wants to do, Kelly, if you want to double check me, council, I think we went back, we hit everything. We are up to finance director and city manager updates before executive session. Did I miss anything? Did anybody see anything I missed? No? Great.
Okay, good evening. We did pass out the packet that has our bank. You have two packets. One is thin and one is kind of thick. Yeah. To the finance update, and then you have the packet, which is what our bank balance is, along with our revenue and expenditure report. We have 1.7, over 1.7, close to 1.8 in our pool cash, and 2.7 in our sweep account. And then you have what our balance is on our loan. How much we're paying on the loan is 3.25. Are you talking about the text pool? Yeah, that I'll bring to the next meeting. Because each account is different, it varies. And so currently, no, I don't know what the actual one is as of like today or last week. But I'll bring it to you, the whole year, last year and this year. Okay, audit date. For audit 23-24, we had, I turned in the last little thing that they were asking for to doing their follow-ups. Once we turn in all the data, just so that the public is aware, they give you this list. And you turn in everything that you possibly can. And then they go and they do some more testing. And then they're like, oops, you know what? They go over the reports because we have to turn in reports. They go through these reports and they say, oh, you know what? Now we want this. And so I got the last request from them, I believe it was a week and a half ago, which just had three items and that I could find that I submitted. And so we should be having another follow-up meeting next week. And then after that, they'll start with their compiling of the reporting of what they need to do. So we're very, like I don't want to say on the last leg, but we're on the last leg of the baton to finish the 23-24. So.
Are you still targeting January for?
Yes, yeah. That is still the target, ma'am. That is still the target.
If they don't get it, if it's before or after, it's too late to get it on the agenda, we'll plan to do a special meeting no matter what to get you all that stuff, so you want to wait.
Yeah, because we need that information that they're gonna provide to us to start off with the 24-25 audit. I'm already, as much of the information that we could find has already been organized for 24-25. We have it in filing cabinets and boxes ready to pull whatever it is that they need to pull. So at least it's where we know it, where it's at, so we can get to it for 24-25. And as far as the financial reports that they need, those we're already starting to download as we're going through, as you know, and I know y'all get tired of hearing it probably, and I get tired of saying it because I wish it was over, is the conversion. So there, as we're going through now, looking at the reports and the data a lot more, we're gonna have to start cleaning up, and that's why on the bank recs, there are some issues, and I did bring that up because we did, I don't think I mentioned it here, but we did have some payments made to the right vendor, but in the system it was to a different vendor. And so all of that, there's some cleanup that has to happen on the bank recs, so that's why we're back down to 80%, because we needed to go back and clean that up, okay? So basically, we're still.
So the right person was paid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the invoice was paid, we don't have any back invoices.
Right, in the last couple of invoices that we have received were from prior years, and those have already been paid for this year, going back to like either 22, 23, or 23, 24. I think we're done. I believe so. We are.
Everything that we know, I mean, we don't know.
Right, right, but we haven't had an outstanding bill from prior years for about a month. So it used to be constant, but it's not anymore. We're pretty much, I think we're done. Or they wrote us off the books and they're not gonna bother us anymore. I don't know what to tell you. But I think that part is over. So the condensing of paying things, out of one budget year that wasn't really budgeted, I think that part is done. Although we still need to go and clean up as much as we possibly can, and that's what we're trying to do. As you know, we're doing the best we can with our time and with the staff we have. So that's really that's for the audits, and I know it's that is probably my biggest stress factor is getting these audits done. I know it's important to the city, and it has been very interesting. So we're going to get it done, and then
I can ask you at the city manager.
yeah, I think we'll be as caught up as, hopefully after this year, we'll be caught up with 24, 25, and then next year we'll have a little break, and then we'll start the 25, 26 when we'll be on schedule by next year. I really think we will be, which is a blessing. Yes, and they're all, we know where everything is for our stuff. Another update is, and I'm sure we've had some phone calls and we've had concerns, and we've actually had some residents come by to make their utility bill payments, and the system went down. And so we did have residents that couldn't make their payments, and then there were some issues with the financial software system. So that was a pause, but we're back up and running. And so we hope we continue with that, but if there is, we'll make sure that we put it on social media so that the residents don't have to go to City Hall. Because we actually find out sometimes, because it's happened maybe 2 times, but this last one was fairly consistent, is when the residents come in and they want to pay their bill, and please, residents, bring your bills with you, because when they're trying to make the payment on fastgov.pay and they're trying to run the credit card or whatever it is, that's when we're finding out that the payments are not being taken. And so, just so you all are aware, we're back up and running, and hopefully that doesn't happen again. I do have a small FEMA update, which was kind of covered earlier in regards to the marina. Right now, we've met with FEMA 3 times, and Kelly was there, and then another time Tia was here, so I'm like, yes. Eventually, we'll have grants moving forward, put back, where we can do a team effort approach to get this taken care of. We have received FEMA money. We need documentation. We have work that still has not been done. So we did have an issue with, you're given so much time in order to do your repairs and things for FEMA. There was an extension submitted, but it was not submitted properly. So we have to go back and submit that extension. And so I'm very lucky that we have Dia and Kelly, because they're going to be helping out with this, because FEMA is another big project. And then we'll be reconciling every payment that we've received, not only from, and I put FEMA there, and I guess that probably wasn't the best. We're looking at all of the payments that we have received electronically from the federal government that has gone direct deposit into our checking account. And then we'll work with the auditors to figure out how we're gonna go back and report that to you all, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Because when the bank does a direct deposit to the city, it goes into our bank. But that same description for FEMA is also the same description, because it's a pass-through through the state. It also is the same account or label that we get from the state funds for TIFMAS and for others. Okay, and so we're going to be looking at all that. I met with TIFMAS, and Mr. Williams was very, very nice. He sent the spreadsheet, so now I need to go back and reconcile, because even when they sent their payments to us, they grouped them. So when we set something for reimbursement, let's say we did 2,000 or 3,000 and 150, on some of them they grouped all 3 together, and others they didn't. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so FEMA is going to take a bit, but we will get that to you. We have been meeting with them, so I just wanted for you all to be aware of that moving forward. But in regards to the Marina office in particular, we do have an insurance claim for the exterior, and that is the meeting that Dia will head along with BJ next Wednesday.
Are the adjusters coming out?
Yes, next Wednesday. Just so you know, Dia will, it's already scheduled for them to come and do a pre-construction deadline, because I have to let FEMA know, and I also need to let the insurance company know when are the repairs going to be taking place, because it's been over a year. And so it's going to get done. We're doing it. But I can't give you more information, but I know that the residents and people are like, well, what's going on with this? So we'll have more information for you coming forward. After we have our meeting on Wednesday, we'll be able to give you information, and Mr. Snow was there, and he already knows that they're going to do the walkthrough to the Marina office next Wednesday. We'll work with the insurance company and get the schedule on when the Marina office will be repaired with the insurance proceeds. And whatever they don't want to cover is when we're going to apply for FEMA to pay for those damages, because FEMA will pay what the insurance has not paid and refuses to pay. Well, I shouldn't say they should, they will. They can if they review the information and they determine that it is the damages were caused by the storm, then they will pay based on their guidelines, whether it's 100% or 75-25.
So just so I can clarify with some people that have asked me questions, because you probably had the same phone calls I had. Next Wednesday, we're meeting with an adjuster with TML, or
Yes.
we're meeting with
TML is bringing a contractor that will be able to give us the.
Well, they
quote for
just
that.
have an advisory
Yeah.
contractors
Well, there you
list,
go. Yeah.
essentially, like
Yeah.
you pay $425 to get on that list. So it's not any, like, you can use your own contractor. Like, we could pick any contractor that we wanted to.
Well, I think, I don't know, but from what I understand, they have tried to do something.
Okay.
And, we can't do it until, either people that are.
I'm not putting you on, I'm
people
not
that are
trying to
no
put you on
longer-
the spot, I'm
No,
just trying to have
I
answers
just
for
don't want to
people.
say names because they're no longer employed.
Okay,
And that's
Okay.
what, I don't want to go
I
down.
follow you.
Yeah.
Because in my experience, and again, I'm not an expert in anything, but in the state of Texas with insurance, we have insurance with the Texas Municipal League.
Yes.
We can use any vendor we want. Right, like
Yeah.
their insurance companies are starting to go to that model, but TML is not one of those as far as I understand. And so we could like literally keep this money locally, like if we wanted to, because whomever's coming may be coming from Houston or Austin or Dallas or whatever. And so I don't know.
Consider them an adjuster as opposed to a contractor.
Correct. I think, and that's where I feel like I saw the adjusters like, what was that, a year ago? And I flipped through the loss sheet and like was like, man, they didn't pay enough here. They didn't pay enough here. They didn't pay enough here. Is somebody supplementing this? Right? Because I mean, some of the stuff that they paid was like ridiculous. It was like $1 for a square foot. I don't remember specifics, but
Yeah.
it was like really, really, really low balling.
Right, and what FEMA, when we had the meeting with FEMA, just so the public is aware, what happened is whatever the insurance paid, or if insurance was gonna pay, they came up with a estimated cost for that project, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that cost of that project is more, and this is where we are appealing, because some of the projects were closed, and,
So because they went over the year. Just say yes. I know that's
no,
what.
no, it wasn't the
No?
year, it's that someone approved that they get closed, and they're no longer here. And so, we're working with FEMA right now, and
Involved in all these meetings with
Not with all of
This isn't a female thing. This is a TML thing. This is an insurance thing.
Yeah.
Because if you,
she's talking TML now.
well,
well, because what happens is that, okay, let's say this post or podium breaks. If insurance is going to cover it
claim,
with a claim,
correct.
they estimate it's gonna cost $100 for this, and that's it.
Correct.
So if the insurance company pays $100, FEMA's not gonna pay anything. Okay, but if they're saying that they're only gonna cover the max, let's say, and this, I'm trying to make it as simplistic as I possibly can, so it ends up costing $200.
Right, I
And
understand
insurance
that
is only gonna
FEMA will
pay
ca-
100, then FEMA, we have to give that documentation to FEMA, and FEMA will pay, depending on either, the feds will pay $75 of that, and then the state will pay $25 to make up that $100 loss.
So we
That's
don't
what I'm
go
saying.
back to TML with a supplement. Go to FEMA for.
It's two options. There's two options. What the insurance company is saying, that if Mr. Bishop is their contractor, and we sign that Mr. Bishop to be the contractor, then whatever Mr. Bishop charges, the insurance is going to pay. If I don't go with Mr. Bishop, and I go with Mr. Palin, let's say, and Mr. Palin says, okay, well, you know what? It's really this much, then that doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna get all that coverage, because the insurance company is, I guess, pre-approving Mr. Bishop to do all of his work, and then they. Exactly, and that's pretty much where we're at.
But TML doesn't have preferred contractors. It's just,
No.
like you can go on their website, look, because I was like, as soon as you started talking about this, I actually Googled it because I was like, huh, that's weird.
Well, can we say that you are reconciling TML insurance proceeds? Also, this FEMA and. What we have asked for, what we have gotten back, and if there's.
Well, my point is, what's easier on her though? Because dealing with FEMA is stressful, right?
Well, let's just say, they actually said that that we could, and Kelly was there, and Dia was there. We get to bill them for how much hours we spend on this.
Oh, do you really?
You get
Okay,
to bill
well,
them. So not that I want to spend as many hours, but the concern that I have is like, if we do it internally, you know, we know our staff here is, we're stretched for Public Works. I mean, they're doing a
I'm not
fantastic.
even talking about Public
Yeah.
Works, but what I'm talking about is like to streamline the process because it's been over a year, right? And the marina's still torn up. I get a text message every Monday. How's the marina? How's the marina? Like literally every Monday, like clockwork. And
Until
so
we've heard their people cry. I mean,
and so right, but at some point they get tired of hearing, you know, hey, I'll find out, I'll find out, I'll find out. And yeah, and so I look at the insurance claim, and I'm not throwing stones at Dennis. I'm not throwing stones at you. I'm like, I just know that we need to get this fixed, right?
Yeah.
And FEMA, as we know, takes forever to get reimbursed.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of paperwork for you guys, I'm assuming,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
I've never done it. I have no idea. But I know that the insurance process is pretty easy if you
Yeah.
have quotes
Yeah.
and you turn those quotes into the insurance company and then you negotiate. And you don't always win, but you can negotiate that stuff. And, you know, like say, this is fair market value. And so I think to look at every time I go to the marina and it's all torn up,
I
I'm
know.
like, man,
I
we
know.
got to do something. And I know that the Corps had some issues. Like,
Yeah.
there's so much bureaucracy involved in this, way more than I ever even
Yes,
realized.
because it's lease property.
Right.
Exactly. That's the other
It-
factor.
And so, like, I hope you hear me, I'm not throwing at you. I'm just trying to figure out how's the fastest way for us to get our stuff fixed.
Is
That's
to
what
have,
I'm asking.
when we met with the contractor, that's exactly what I asked.
Okay, cool.
I asked, how long is it gonna take for the roof to get repaired at City Hall? I asked, how many days?
Well, it's a one-day
they-
job.
Well, with all the little things, they said they promised, right, 2 to 3 days, 3 days tops for the roof.
2 days.
And then going to Public Works, they have stuff they need to go do at Public Works, something minor, then they're gonna go to the Public Safety Center. And then all of that will be done and will be in compliance with our insurance company, and then we can see, you know, if there's any
That's the
others.
other caveat that you just brought up. You know, our insurance company can drop us because now we're not taking care of, I mean, there's a whole bunch of. I remember, and that's when I looked at the loss sheet and I was disappointed at how poorly TML. So,
I am involved in it. The thing of it is, what a lot of us not is picking up that the cost. As far as the checks coming in,
Yeah.
there's one check we're trying to narrow. They said we got, I'm not sure what the outcome of that was, it's less than 20 grand. But we are finding out that it's still passed through to the state to get us, but going back to TML, we signed a contract today for the roof to get repaired. I don't think it's gonna happen until January, right?
Yeah,
Got the
if
first
they
of the
can
year.
squeeze it in before
So that's
Christmas,
gonna
then
get
that'll be
fixed.
done.
As far as the marina, the $118,000, those were repairs, if you all remember. You already proved it here. They did those repairs. There's other things that need to be followed up on, and some of this was not all related to the storm that Ronnie needed to take care of. That's the 97, part of that 97, that you approved. That's moving forward.
That should start within the next 2 weeks, if not next week, because I spoke to Ronnie, yeah, yeah.
And then the outside, the siding, which is someone mentioned last time, last meeting we had, that siding is what's trying to get worked through now. But that's, I think the rest of it on the inside of the building's done, is that correct?
Yes,
The
sir.
mold, we had mold there. Mold had to be
Yeah.
removed. That's a different story of how you deal with that one before you do the
Yeah,
repair. So,
Balfour
long story
came in.
short, we are making progress. It's not as fast as we'd like, but we're trying to squeeze more money out of FEMA. I know I'm on record, but anyway. Because my understanding, TML does not cover metal roofs. Well, we've got metal roof damage and we're trying to get FEMA to pay for that. And they sent us something like 17,000. I said,
Yeah.
no, that's not, we need to see if we can get more for it. So I am involved in it. They're involved in it.
Yeah, we
and
follow
we're trying
direction
to get
from.
what we can.
It sounds convoluted because of
Yeah, it's, you mentioned the word ball. I mean, I take direction like most directors from Mr. Baldwin, and, he is a very good boss, and it's unfortunate that this situation with FEMA happened, and that it is a result of some turnover, but it's gonna get taken care of. We have Kelly, we have Dia, we have me, we're tag teaming it. It is gonna get done. It is gonna get done. And we always look for leadership and guidance from Dennis. He's the one that signed the contract for this stuff. So he's, I just wanna make sure, I'm gonna make it seem like he's not involved. If I gave that impression, I truly apologize. Cause that is not the case at all. No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
I think, and what I'm saying, like, because the insurance policy, it is, like, I'm sure there's a cosmetic exclusion for metal roofs, right? But you can have a public adjuster or somebody, or an engineer even, come and look at it and say, hey, this metal roof, while it doesn't have a cosmetic, or like, because the insurance company's gonna say it's cosmetic, like, they're just gonna, by default, go to that. Like, no slam on TML, we like your health insurance. But the reality is like, all of that stuff it's a negotiation. It's like anything else. And I think that's where I'm like, we need to get this done. I've literally been getting the same phone call every Monday for like almost a year now.
Well, tell them that it's gonna happen.
Okay.
To
That's
have
all I
just
want.
a little more faith. And
That's
a little
all I
more
want to
patience.
hear.
Have a little more patience.
That's
The
your
troops are coming.
But
It's gonna happen.
it's gonna happen.
It
I don't
is.
know if that's because that's what I've been saying for a year.
Okay, well, if it makes them feel easier, then they can call Mr. Baldwin, or they can call me or call Ronnie.
I'm sure they've called.
Mr.
I'm
yeah,
sure they've called him.
But
I'm
Mr.
sure they've
Snow
called you.
is involved, he knows, and he's been on top of it also. And bless his heart, he's been out there, and then the good thing is the internal part of the building has been repaired. We're hoping that, the lack of the outside didn't cause additional damage, but.
But
we're
if you
gonna-
repair the inside without doing the outside, you're going to get the same damage,
I know,
right?
I
And so
understand, especially with the
it's-
water. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Again, I digress. We appreciate you, Mary. I know you work hard. I know Dennis works hard. Like,
Okay, the website. We had a meeting last week with Ms. Dia on this website, because we know that, I guess the consensus is that the website that we have right now we either need to go to a new one, which is which the funding was set aside for, but we also have to maintain the website this year. And when we were meeting with the vendor, the contractor that we have right now for the services for our website, we learned that the website really hasn't been updated, much like the issue, and I'm going to only use this as a comparison, not that I want to go back to Encode, but we were on the latest version of Encode, right? And so we never upgraded to the level that I guess it should have been, or that was recommended. So with the website right now, the website that we currently have, the platform that we have, it is not updated. So we're starting the internal evaluation process for the current website to see what changes we can make so that the residents can get the information and find the information that they should be able to find currently right now. Because we post things and it's very hard for the residents to find. I mean, we've heard, we've seen, and we can't just say, okay, well, it's going to be next year whenever we get the new website provider or whatever it is. It's something that is an ongoing problem that we kind of need to address still currently this year. So I just wanted to let you all know, and anybody listening, that we haven't forgot about the website either. And the current company is looking at giving us a quote to upgrade it so that we can get it to where it's more functional right now for the residents and for us, so that they can find what they need to find, because it has been an issue. So that's all I have. Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. City manager.
City Council. Heard about the audits. So that's good. So we're going to require an environmental site, evaluation by an engineer, so that kind of changed things around a little bit this year than what we anticipated. That said, KPA stepped up and got it knocked out in fairly quick order, and it really wasn't, what delay was more to do with PCHU and not them. So that was good. We got that taken care of and submitted to the Corps of Engineers, and we are having KPA engineers turning their attention to the water permits, which is what you all have on your priority. And Stephen's got the green light to go ahead and reach out to them, and we'll start moving that process forward. We also are going to try to work through the Ansay Park conceptual design, so you'll have that as well. As far as Smith Park, there's a flowage easement, the 642 line, that Corps has to approve anything in that area. A lot of that in the Smith Park is in that 642 past that line. So we sent the plan to them. They have not given us approval. They did share with me offline that there are concerns about the bridge. I said, well, fine, tell us what we can do, and go from there. And that's what they went back, and I've got a meeting with them next week. Not about just that one, but also another park that we talked about before. There's a process they follow through the TCEQ guidelines. You were at the same meeting I was. You want to highlight from the water side what those permits are going to entail? The audits will be coming done around that time soon. So that's why it's really important, because those things are about, what, $1.5 million, what he said, is probably $2 million by now. So it's just of the well. Completing one of the permits is just one step. Yeah. We've already got that funded, and we got the engineer on board, the ones we need for this particular project. Remember, that was one of the issues we had before. We didn't want to use it. So he's going to move that forward. We had to take care of the environmental. This other one moving, and we'll also get that conceptual design for you. We're waiting for approval. We sent the plan to Corps of Engineers, and again, that was the only concern they had.
Big ones are really, you got to have those.
No, I'm talking about $1 million. Well, we're going to work, let me say, I'm going to recommend that the council look at the Texas Water Development Board as the source of funding, because that's really where we get the bulk of things, line these projects up and how you all want to do them, and then move it. So that's, yeah. And that, we've had some discussions with them for other things, so I think that's the key there. Yeah, okay. Well, what we did is we contracted with them, and that contract is no longer, we can apply for grants internally. We know how to do that. There's enough talent around it. But this is, the grants that we're looking at are similar to loans, but yet they can forgive half of that loan down the road. So there's advantages there. I'll keep it in mind. We definitely are looking for grant funding, so that's not a big problem there. But I also know that for the ability to pay back, we need those audits done, or the Texas Development Water Board is not going to have any serious discussion with us. in that particular property, owner died in 2014. Like 31,000, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's currently their tax appraisal district advises that it is, they have notified the, family member, the only one that I guess there's one, at least around, that this is, if it's not paid, that this, you have so many days, and then they're gonna move forward with the auctions. It's not been on the auction, for auction yet, through taxes, and there's other people interested from what I understand. So, that's where they're at. It should be going up. Yeah, someone brought it up. But you can't, there's nobody owns it. I mean, nobody that they know of has any,
No estate. That's the problem.
it's going, it's going to go off an auction, I think, in February, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely not in January. I think it's February is what we were told. So let's, my guess is that we'll get that portion back as well. And probably will go for more than what, I mean, it's a good lot. It's almost up to an acre, so. Yeah, I think someone, took it down to the,
Studs.
yeah. The gentleman that mowed, I was told last week, that mows that grass and has picked up some of the debris that was, that had,
Like maybe a neighbor or something that, to keep it looking good, yeah.
Gary, do you have something to tell us? Do you have something to tell us?
Well, I had the EDC, so they had that meeting, I think y'all wanted nothing with the EDC. They're scheduled for January. Right now, it's a 4 to 5 meeting, obviously, it's just a general discussion. But, and then the regular workshop around 5 to 6, but Ken says well, you're there, about 15 minutes, so, that's,
And when is it?
January, January 13th.
Oh, okay.
2026. So I just want to let you know that that's something that's on the radar. We have not been notified that they awarded the contract, but they don't want to do it. We're not even handling the money. So I'll give it a week or so. Find out what's going on. But it's my understanding, though, it's ready to go out, so I don't know why. As if there is a whole thing to be sent, it just happened. I do it before 4 o'clock. You're doing it 4 to 5. And then work 4 to 5, and then from 5 to 6 would be the workshop, and then 6.
4 to 5 be joint session.
Yes.
Okay.
Other than that, about Corps of Engineers. I'm meeting with them next week. I just don't have anything to give you. That information and their work. Maybe there has been a process, but what we're recommending for a process internally is for any kind whether it's owner survey sketch of the property to be annexed, which is pretty customary, prepared by a registered land surveyor or a professional engineer, and which is not, of course, the field notes describing that property. And then one of the things that we want to make sure we do in the future is, and we've already had this discussion with one of the property owners, but we got another annexation pending to bring before you all. And there's going to be what's called a municipal, because by law, we're bound to tell them, or you all have to enter an agreement to say what service can be provided when you execute that agreement, and what you can't provide and when you will provide. It was alluded to the last meeting. You already know they're going to agree to it, and I think that's the way to go in the future. Now, granted, we've had one, like some developers may take a long time to get to the point where they're ready to do the annexation, but that's just the way it works. That's on them, it's not on us. And the other stuff I want to talk to you in the executive section about, but that's pretty much it.
Give it to us again? 067, no.
Short. You just have to look for short.
Okay, let's see, that wraps down to 12 executive sessions. So at this time, we are going to recess out of our regular session. I've got 2102. Council's going to adjourn into an executive session for pursuant to section 551.074 and 551.072 of the Texas Government Codes for personnel matters and real property at this time. So Okay, I got 22:35. We are out of executive session, back into regular session. No action taken resulting from the executive session with no discussion. I will adjourn the regular session at 22:35. Have a good night, all.